Live. What are you doing over there? Did we get all the goodies? Are we ready to finally leave Kamarog? Into the webway.
Marching ahead.
Let's go.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness.
That's in the webway? I thought the webway was safe.
Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
Huron's silhouette emerges from the dense foliage. Without disturbing a single blade of grass, he addresses you in an accusatory tone of dissatisfaction. I sense your mind, Monkey. Why are you skulking by the webway gate? Why have you come to Lilithane in secret? Do you intend ill for us? Upon noticing Eklundel, Muron flinches, then says solemnly, "Brother Eklundel, I praise Azurian for the fortune of seeing you again. Please step under my protection without delay." Brother Muron, I do not feel threatened, not anymore. Muron looks at Irliet and says with enmity in his voice, "Outcast Irliet, you walk the path paved with your own misdoings. Once more, Monkey have found their way to our domain, and once more you aid them in doing so. Neither war nor ill intent follow in our wake, Muron. Your anger is unwarranted." Warm greetings to you as well. You're almost as hospitable as the Dark City. My people are not welcome of spies and infiltrators. Muron peers at you, then says thoughtfully, "However, you, Monkey, did not come here to spy on the webway gate. You came through it. I can sense its energy lingering on you now. This changes many things." Muron's gaze bores into Irliet for a few moments in tense silence as he considers something in his mind. At last he says in a commanding tone, "Oh, jeez. Oh, sorry about that." Your arrival is sudden, Outcast Irliet, but perhaps there is a purpose behind it. We will serve your people shortly. Yeah, what's this? You said Erliet would serve the Aldari once more. Are you seeking to use her again? The Monkey cannot comprehend the depth of the tragedy that befell our home, our Krudarak. The duty of every child of Azurian is to do all they can to quell the pain of that loss. And Erliet, the outcast, is no exception. Unlike you, Moran, I was able to find the truth. The truth of Krudarak's doom was revealed to me, even though it required me to throw myself into the dark city's deadly embrace. Erliet frowns and looks defiantly into the Farseer's eyes. Is the fire of our souls not better directed toward the worthy deeds than arguing with our kin? Eklundel waves his hand in the air, making several gestures of unknown meaning. Moran and Erliet fall into cowed silence. I can see that something is troubling your delicate heart, my kinsman Moran. Share your feelings with me and the outcast then, and I will reveal the truth of Krudarak's fate to you a little later. We did not spend our time on the Lilithan in fruitless grief. On the contrary, our lost kin have answered my call and are now pleading for help. Driven by revenge, they set out to pursue the one responsible for Krudarak's rueful demise, only to end up as captives on a Monkey world. Her emerald green gaze turns to you and the rests on you a little longer than usual. Dare I hope that you will lend me a shoulder to lean on again, Elentok? Yeah, of course. What world is it? That I know not. All that my vision showed me was an infinitely green sea, a living sea, and the maddening thirst of a hunter who was pursuing the children of Azurian. Outcast, your path is taking you toward the stars again. Find your kin and do not let them perish. Erliet nods silently and leaves it at that, as if she is less interested in Moran's words than you are than in your reaction. I will help you find your kin. Erliet breathes out almost inaudibly, and her shoulders relax. And I am grateful to you, Elentok. Do you know anything about my abduction? Erliet knows that surviving crew dog did remain forces, however. The news of your disappearance has not reached Janice. My guess is that your close servants decided to conceal this event so as not to beget fear. Your kinsman Eklundel helped us escape from Kamarag. Moran exchanges long looks with Eklundel, then says gravely, "This is where Eklundel's path and yours diverge, Monkey. We will he will stay with us when you leave." Eklundel nods. "I am elated to be once more among those who, with whom I shared Krudarak's time of bloom, Moran." Of course. Good luck, Eklundel. Thank you, Mon Elentok. An iridescent haze momentarily clouds the world around you, and that moment is all it takes for Moran to hide Ekandel behind the veil of his Xeno sorcery. We will speak of my kin's fate no longer. All that was meant to be said has been said. We will send instructions to our Monkey allies to provide you with the means of transportation. Farewell, Monkey. I am pleased that our meeting did not spill blood into Lilithon's womb. Why do you always have to cut yourself? High-ranking officers beam with genuine happiness. Dan Rock steps forward and solemnly says, "Welcome to the bridge, Lord Captain. Like the rest of the crew, we are overjoyed by your return and thank the Emperor for it." The crew stares in awe and terror at the giant towering over the crowd. Some make the sign of the Aquila on their chests, others collapse to their knees with the prayer to the God Emperor on their lips. This wave of pious shock does not seem to discompose Ulfar in the slightest. He just chuckles into his beard and glances around curiously. Serene, light of my eyes, I am overjoyed to see you among us once more. Truly, the Exalted One is merciful for showing you the way back home. I hope all the Ashmags who left us to languish without our Lord Captain have already become food for the warp demons. Damin, Arbitrator Rohal, the flagship without you was like a body without a heart. Its blood froze in its veins. We welcome your return and stand ready to serve. Lord Captain, I am glad to see you. See you. I nearly lost it when you up and disappeared on me. I was getting by on stimulants and recaf. I barely slept. Also, I could keep listening to the whispers for any clue on how to find you. The only other time I felt so powerless was when Lady Theodora, she stops, pardon me, Lord Captain, talking nonsense. Alright, let's get this over with. How much do you guys know about my abduction? Not much, Lord Captain. All contact with the party was lost shortly after the supposed pirates boarded the ship and abducted your companion's kinspeople. We immediately set shuttles with boarding parties to your aid, but we didn't find anyone on the ship save for the crew, all of whom had either been butchered or driven insane. Juliet's expression is inscrutable, but her eyes are fixed on you and you alone. Since your lordship's body was never recovered, we hoped against hope that you were still alive. Alas, even our most alert auger operators never spotted anything suspicious, and thus our ignominious failure put you in dire peril. Dare we inquire what happened to your lordship? I'm gonna lie. My loyal servants, the accursed Xenos tried to take your leader from you, but their plan failed. I am once again with you. Are you with me? Death to the enemies of House von Valancius. Show us the culprits, and we'll tear the heads off the lot of them. Then stack them next to your throne, Lord Captain. Furious officers grabbed their weapons as if eager to crush the foes who dared breach the sanctity of your person right here and now. Alright. Where's my ship been this whole time? The Officers' Council decided to take the ship to Footfall, where one can hear gossip the entire expanse. Smart. Our agents tirelessly searched for information about your lordship. Had we heard even a whisper of where you were imprisoned, we would have immediately launched a rescue expedition. That would have been hard, considering was it Kuradok? Yeah, that place. The Dark City. That's what we'll call it. The Dark City is pretty hard to find. While you were absent, Lord Captain, we made every effort to find you. That resulted in a number of modifications to the ship that have significantly upgraded it. Thanks to a favorable deal secured by the esteemed High Factotum, the ship is now equipped with state-of-the-art auger systems and direction finders from Kiava Gamma. Alright, that's enough fawning and fussing. I wish to return to my duties immediately. But the crew is overcome with joy and gratitude to the God Emperor. Nonetheless, your will is absolute. Lord Captain, the senior officers will report to you shortly. In your absence, we received a number of astropathic messages and dispatches that demand your attention. Group of servitors suddenly stirs their movements, frighteningly identical even for automatons. They stare at you and say in perfect unison, "Hello, Nomos. Hello, Nomos have come to welcome you back. We sense a great deed has been done, a vivid imprint on existence. You did something very important. What was it? I escaped from the dark city of the Xenos and showed them mercy. It suits you. What we see in you. Light and connections without the urge to destroy. Did Nomos say it correctly? Servitor chorus, which sounds as a single voice, falls silent. Nomos appears to be waiting for your response in eager anticipation. I'm glad you are learning to understand me, Nomos. Nomos are glad too. We must go now. We will come to speak with you later. We felt sadness when we could no longer communicate with you, and we were worried about your fate. One can detect with the naked eye the moment when Nomos leaves the bridge. The servitors stop moving in sync and slowly shuffle off to their posts. Yes. Your Lordship, I must report highly compromising information about a member of your retinue, namely Mistress J. Haydari. J. Haydari? Who it turns out is nothing of the sort, but a commoner, a fugitive from the law, and a deserter from the Imperial Guard. I have solid evidence to prove it. Okay. I want to know the details. I may have overlooked some nuances, but I have solid evidence that the person whom we presently know as J. Haydari served in the 19th Efreet Regiment and was identified as the perpetrator of numerous instances of theft and smuggling, as well as desertion. And this individual is not of noble birth, but of the lowest origin. Okay. How did you come to know of this? In your lordship's absence, the burden of watching over the dynasty's treasure fell upon my shoulders. I deemed J. Haydari the likeliest threat to the dynasty's material security. I had my people conduct an investigation, and they uncovered a past connection between Haydari and an individual by the name of Mercy, a highly influential figure in the Kazbalika mission with a dangerous reputation. Really? Fearing that the predatory interests of the Kazbalika would pose a threat to your coffers, I began my own investigation. It was entirely reasonable to suspect a collusion of some kind between Haydari and Mercy, and so my suspicions were confirmed. The two were connected. It was from Mercy's associates that I acquired the compromising intelligence on Haydari. The evidence had better be incontrovertible. It is all here, your lordship. Official records from the administratum, attestations from the Departamento Unitorum, and much more besides. I wish to see J. Haydari. We have something to discuss. Doubt me, did you, you little wannabe quester? Jay's voice and bearing undergo a stark transformation, biting soldier slang cuts through her typically gentle speech. Holy shit, she's been lying this whole time. Don't miss a thing, your servants, Arbitrator Rohal. And they're sneaky as too. They'll climb up Grox's arse to find what they want to know. Think we need to talk about your past. Only if the scum slings his hook. Jay nods at the now much paler Danrock.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I don't have to read this. So tell me your side of the story.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock, and the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16, and then... Then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Efreet Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, Just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
Is Jay your real name? Oh, Ellen. Well, she was obviously no princess. Well, I knew you were no princess.
Oh, really, Shireen? And there I thought you were quite ready to believe my time-honed thespian performance.
Do you have family?
The folks on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade.
So you used to be in the Imperial Guard.
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
How did you get involved with Kasbalika?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. And I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the Guard Command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice.
Explains the lung implant, but what about the hand?
It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen.
Well, she is a deserter, and she kind of told me everything. Well, let's...
You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, holed up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company, if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service. And that's when I caught the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand, and shuffling the Kasbalican cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons.
Okay.
Whoop the never mind.
Who is this Mercy that Danrock accused of us associating with?
We knew each other once. He helped me make the move to the Expanse and establish my first connections. But that's an old story I prefer not to poke at if I can help it. Things are good in my life now, and I don't need mercy.
Okay, about your new persona?
Are you worried I'm going to start spitting on the deck and shriveling your officers' ears with my foul tongue? Don't be, Shireen. I much prefer being seen as a princess rather than a deserter. I'll continue to play the part in front of the others, but you wanted to talk frankly, so I've dropped the act.
Okay. So now we're at the decision-making process. He is a deserter. But now she's part of my retinue. Question is, do we think she'll desert me again? Oh, whoops. Or desert again. Yeah, you know what I mean. How do we know that she's gonna stay loyal, basically? Kind of just want her to, you know, still be part of my retinue, but at the same time, I don't use her. Yeah, she's gonna stay. I think we covered everything. Return to your duties.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Curve into a faint smile now. That the seal of silence that has shackled them for years has finally been broken. Okay, now then, Lord Captain, shall we get to business? We have a number of items to go over. First and foremost, I have news about your subjects. In the time you were gone, the servants of House von Valentius have toiled tirelessly in their service to you and for the benefit of the entire trade protectorate. Once word of your return reaches every von Valentius world, why, the masses will be ecstatic. Oh, excuse me. Never before has the Expanse known a leader as merciful as you. Oh, excuse me. The fanatics of the Creed may whisper about the heresies of the mind burgeoning under your rule, but your benevolence has forever captured the souls of millions of ordinary subjects. The Expanse is in flames. Your lordship's squadrons and smaller groups of despicable Drukhari raid our system. The cult of the Final Dawn has emerged in full force, wreaking havoc everywhere. We've heard rumors of the fall of Santiel's pride, House Corda's world, an outrageous sacrilege, given how abundant and inexpensive promethium is there. Strife has broken out between House Winterscale and House Corda. Chaos reigns everywhere. Only the esteemed Lord Inquisitor is trying to fight it, concentrating all available forces at Footfall to draw them into a fist that will smash the rampaging heretics and Xenos vermin. What kind of Xenos are attacking the Expanse? Yukari, your lordship. Their squadrons, both large and small, are invading the Expanse, unleashing carnage on planets, taking captives by thousands and attacking ships. It is as if something has poked their nest, if you will, and now they are lashing out. How fare the worlds of my dynasty? Hey! How's it going, Bohunk? It is a good day. It is a good day. The heretics' malicious acts make it difficult to maintain astropathic contact with the colonies. The cult of the Vinyl Dawn strikes everywhere, and their sleeper agents are active on every planet. On Phobos 6, a mutiny was crushed after a group of newly arrived prisoners succumbed to blasphemous propaganda. But other worlds stand firm against the onslaught of the enemies of humanity and do not succumb to their pernicious influence. Doing your grocery list. Good morning, Peliquin. Nice, nice. So, Xavier Calcazar is leading the defense? Exactly. The esteemed Lord Inquisitor Calcazar has declared himself warden of the Coronis Expanse and issued orders to requisition troops. He has made Footfall his base of operations, as it was most logistically convenient point. From there, his fleet strikes throughout the Expanse, destroying the forces of the Cult of the Vinyl Dawn and the abominable Drukari. He may be all that currently stands in the way of the Expanse being reduced to ashes. When heretics laid siege to Euphrates II, the hollowed forge of the Cognizance fleet, the Lord Inquisitor sent an enormous force. Now they and the Explorator squadrons recalled from the front line stand together against the heretics in the battle for the sacred planet. What is the source of the strife between Incendia and Kalagos? When the esteemed Lord Inquisitor called upon the rogue traders to join his forces, her ladyship Incendia Corda heeded the summons, while his lordship Calagus Winterscale ignored it. Rumor has it that his refusal was defiant in manner, and served as a pretext for Lady Corda to declare war on House Winterscale. Winterscale's ships are being hunted and his worlds occupied under the pretense of compelling them to submit to the Imperial Creed. Surprisingly, for all his love of fighting, Winterscale is in no hurry to defend his domain. According to intercepted astropathic messages, he and his retinue are currently on Quetzal Temur, hunting down a Xenos fleet, Eldari by all appearances. Great, now we have to go there. How's the new Space Marine working out? He's he's a beast. Okay, is there anything else I should know? Yeah, he gets shit done. Lord Captain, during your absence, your retinue has seen certain changes. The esteemed Master Anthar will no longer be able to accompany you. According to a message from the Adeptus Arbites, he has been discharged and is currently an overseer of Vabos 6. However, Prefect Vulture has informed me that you have the authority to challenge that decision and have Master Anthar reinstated. Solomorn has been discharged? Why? The Adeptus Arbites tasked him with a mission of some sort that, as far as I know, ended in failure. leading to Master Anthar being deemed unworthy of his rank and unfit to serve you. I would like to note that his Cybermastiff is still on board. Due to the damage the dog sustained on Thessera, Master Anthar left it in your care, in the care of your tech priests. I heard there was an implant malfunction. The servants of the Omnissiah have patched up the creature, but they have also warned that that a final synchronization of implants with those of Master Anthar is required before the Cybermastiff can be considered fully repaired. Okay. No one chooses what my retinue does except for me. Solomon will rejoin my retinue. I will collect him in person. Then I will send a request to Master Anthar reinstated, to have Master Anthar reinstated, and notify the overseers on Vabos 6 of your impending arrival. I have good news to share as well. All preparations for the deployment of the Heartless have been completed. The ship is fully operational and ready to perform the duties set out for it. Provisions, chemicals, people, adamantine, phlogiston, and promethium. Belonged to the tithe thief. Boarded the ship and captured it. The factotum lowers his the factotum lowers his head and thought, there have been other minor developments. If you so wish, I will gladly bring you up to speed on the bridge. I wouldn't want them to take any time away from this occasion. All right, thank you for your report. Lord Captain, allow me to make a request, personal one. While you were away, the choir master received an astropathic message from Dargonis. It concerns my family. The Versarians have been accused of treason against House von Valentius. What? How the fuck is that possible? Who the fuck? You. They want to say the Versarian house has committed treason against my house, which is technically the same house. Really? How is that possible? I cannot comprehend it. The Versarians have served the Rogue Trader dynasty loyally and for generations. This is hard to admit, but the news has come as a crushing blow. The accusations were leveled by or on behalf of the Drevistems, the governing house. Under normal circumstances, the investigation would not have required your involvement. My entire family would have been. But being of noble stock, the Versarians are entitled under an ancient custom of petition for a rogue trader's personal protection once in a generation. Your personal protection, Lord Captain? Raises the gaze. Do not deny us that honor, I implore you. Of course, Abelard. I mean, like, you're my number one guy. Tell the choir master to send a message to Dargonis saying I will personally take part in this investigation. This is ridiculous. It will be done, Lord Captain. Abelard breathes a sigh of relief and seems to grow an inch or two taller. Adira hurriedly enters the study, sniffing and hunches her shoulder. Sniveling and hunching her shoulders. She looks haggard. There are bags under her eyes. Her hair is disheveled, and her hands quiver slightly every few moments. With some effort, she focuses her eyes on you and forces a crooked smile. Thank you for agreeing to hear me out, Lord Captain. Here's the deal. After all that happened recently, the voices in my head suddenly flared up and started gabbling worse than before. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm handling them just fine, but I think I know a way I can get them to settle down a bit. I keep having the same vision over and over again. I'm walking down a corridor and there's this door at the end. And I just know that that right behind that door is a blissful silence. All I've got to do is reach out and open it. So I touch it with my fingers. I can feel the cold, rough metal. And then I suddenly snap out of it and always find myself staring at a wall in some compartment or other. I look behind me and all the doors on the way are open. But I have no memory of how I got there. Lord Captain, I'll cut to the chase. Please help me find that door. I'm not joking. This is a matter of life and death. My gut tells me it's my last chance to deal with my powers, and if I don't... Yeah. We'll find that door. I'll give you my word. Thank you, Lord Captain. I knew you wouldn't leave me in a bind. As soon as I sense we're close, I'll let you know right away. Another meeting? Slither all you like, heretic spawn, but you will never leave this ship unscathed. The bridge is enveloped in an unusual silence. The officers on duty are huddling in the corners, looking on curiously at what is transpiring in the center. What's going on? Catching sight of you, the curious crew members dash to their posts, leaving only the senior officers in the middle of the bridge. For how long are you going to tolerate this filth on your ship, Arbitrator Rohal? This foul traitor who has already dragged you into the darkness once and who almost left your protectorate without its sovereign? Those present nod wordlessly but do not dare to interfere. Good. Now this is a fine spectacle. The inhuman gets what she deserves. Let us all watch and laugh. Juliet does not react to the curses being slung at her. With an imperturbable, I have no idea, expression. She watches the crowd before her, then turns her gaze to you. Well, I can execute her in 3 different ways. Anyone else want to share their thoughts? I mean, like, come on, open floor. You know, Lord Captain, I will support any order you give, but to keep the Xenos and the retinue, especially after everything that has transpired because of her, would not be wise. The enemies of humanity have no place among humans. You know this. But death is far too merciful of a sentence. What I endured was far more terrible. The heinous behavior pattern of the Xeno entity and of specimens similar to her statistically leads to unfavorable and unpredictable outcomes. Juliet blankly surveys the crowd. Alright, let's get one thing straight. I think you may have forgotten who gives the orders on this ship. How dare you burst onto the bridge and make demands of me? The one who points out a mistake shall be rewarded for the truth. But if you do not wish to see the truth, remain among the blind. Everyone present timidly averts their eyes. Speaking up against you defiantly was no part of the plan. All right. Are you all right? Your Monkey have had it worse. I will live, and the wounds of my soul will eventually heal. They will live too, but their souls will forever bleed painful memories. They will forgive you. Not all of them, and not right away, but they will. Stop it. You cannot believe that, Ellen talk. I do not need words of comfort. Words of these Monkey do not touch my soul. Only your thoughts matter, yours and mine. Do you really not care about what happened, or are you trying to conceal your true feelings again? I am sorry that my mistake led anyone along the paths of the Dark City. I can see their pain and rage. I understand. But words and pity will not help them. Only time and perhaps revenge, which will dull their pain for a little while. But you have taken away their chance for revenge, Alantok, and all we can do now is wait. Alright, it is time to get back to work. Till we meet again, Alantok. May the darkness scatter into a myriad of new stars before you. Finally. Back on my bridge. This side is not loaded up. Okay, it's loaded finally. Ah, the expanse. Look at it. I've missed it. Ability, ballistic, fellowship, intelligent. Let's increase my intelligence. Finding purpose as critters 90. They are immune to the following. Let's do that. Immunity. Oh, here we go. That's an order. Arbitrator chooses a cell within cell radius. All enemies within radius of arbitrator. A willpower resistance test with a -9 penalty. On a failed test, if possible, they immediately move to the designated cell. Target's next attack will ignore cover and will have doubled the effective distance. During the effective voice of command, this attack will ignore enemy block and dodge. Additionally, the damage from this attack cannot be reduced below 45% for any reason. allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Till the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made target deal addition to 2 multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent. Oh. I like take aim because I always do voice of command. I'm gonna do logic. Okay, you. Ballistic skill. Ever Ministorum priest use war hymn or curious recital for 1 round. Those and the allies in a 5 cell. Okay. Area attacks with Weber. uh Characteristic. That master. What? Litany of hatred. Ranged area attack made by soldier has an additional 20%. Soldier immediately spends all their AP. Bonus to cover efficiency. Next time soldier uses running gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all other soldiers except running gun. So this basically increases cover. Then the next turn, you'd use run and gun. That's pretty cool. Next range burst attack will have its base rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. Well, not that one. Think in French. Medicaid. Maybe our Medicaid use. Demolition is pretty high, so Medicaid. Abelard's agility is only 40. Toughness is the highest. He's always in there, so gonna give him that. Skill athletics. Maybe. Combat Master? Yeah, let's do that. Gain slash ability, which costs 0 AP. As one charge for the current round. Slash cannot be used down as charge. All his might, crushing attack, then away. Distance of the push is 3 cells. Cannot be used with a heavy rock saw. Okay. Warrior unleashes a terrifying scream on the attention of their enemy. Priority target for any enemy fails the willpower test. Rounds. Let's do that. Athletics is 90, so let's just get that going. Get that up to a 100. Early yet. Ballistic skill, we will increase. Yes. Sorry, melee weapon. Okay, that's deadly accuracy. By +8. Nice. Next, on area attack and immediate effect. The first target hit by the attack and all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target. Damage dealt by intimidated enemies is reduced by 9%. Still operative. This negative effect is doubled for enemies with less than 9% armor. Moves 1 exploit from each in a 5-cell radius around the point of, I think, intimidation. Awareness, really high. Don't really need to worry about that anymore. Logic. Or Xenos is also really high. Let's do demolition. And you. YouTube fans are along for the ride today, Rogue Trader. Thank you, Dane. Alright, so you fellowship probably. Maybe perception? Willpower. Willpower. Doesn't do warp stuff, does she? For an ally in combat game. Power on combat. Attacks up to 5 times. Perilous Way. Moved by the navigator's power, suffer 5 damage at the end of the move. Okay. Uses a navigator power that has not been used this combat. The navigator gains +2 perception. Enemy fails a resistance test and critical hit chance. Deals 1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristics. Navigator's currently equipped staff. Unblinking stare. Until the end of combat, enemies damaged by a navigator suffer additional +7 damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. Allies that are targeted by the navigator's abilities gain +5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by demon psychic powers, navigator powers. Well, she does do a lot of ally targeting, so let's do that. Increases all veiled points. Target gain hit chance on attack. Dodge on their neck. Dodge test. Okay. Target ally gains toughness combat. All these need reveal the light. The path or mend reality, and reality requires reveal the light. Navigator doesn't where the enemy closest to her immediately sells toward it. If multiple enemies are the same distance from the point, all of them move. Targets move even if they are stunned or immobilized. Navigator decrease. Alright, what requires reveal the light? Zone of fear, not purpose. Becomes cursed until the end of combat. Cursed. All incoming warp damage is and all other types of damage are increased. Oh. Waking nightmare. All enemies within the area suffer 20 to their willpower and toughness until end of combat. Zone of fear. All creatures in the area effect must pass a willpower resistance test or immediately move out of the zone. Even if they are stunned, immobilized, and move triggers attacks of opportunity. Okay. I think revealed the light. Or I think reveal the light. First use of this ability on any target target has a willpower resistance test to avoid this. Second use returns the target to the position where it was during the first use and restores its wounds to the state they were at during that time. Cells occupied or unreachable from their current position move to the next closest cell in the direction of the navigator. I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Kind of thinking Notch of Purpose. Or the Curse. I like the Curse. Do that. I would do Lore of the Warp, but Commerce, pretty high. Now let's do Lore of the Warp. Get that up. Hey! $80. Strength, toughness, skill, willpower. Do strength. Feeding effect or less of. That's cool. Axes, hammers, and las weapons. Alright, Brutal Hunter. Concentrated Fire. High Athletics. Browse, Commerce. Logic. Very little knowledge of the Imperium. Okay, very little knowledge, basically. Do Carouse. Holy shit, I haven't helped you out at all. Your uses archetype ability over activate. Do that one. Yeah, let's do Familiar's Maximum. That have taken damage from Psyker at least once suffer a -20 penalty to all resistance tests against the Psyker until the end of combat. Enemies become target of the Psyker psychic powers, gain stacking -5 penalty. Dodge and parry. Every 6 use of psychic power by the Psyker, all enemies stacking do Mental Breach. Your knowledge of the warp is pretty high. Get it higher. Visions of Doom. Your willpower will go up. Warp minds. Out of things. At the start of Seker's next turn, all allies by word of the Emperor. Have word of the Emperor? Build the start. All allies. Blinded and target fails. All characteristics. Well, pyromancy sounds fun. For the warp. Pascal. Logic rivals mine. Okay, persuasion. Tech use. Do tech use. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain 1 MP. First round of combat, every 6 grants Pascal plus 3 MP for the ballistic skill and 6 plasma or melta weapon ranged attack. Gotta give him his plasma weapon back. You have probably your ballistic skill because you need that to shoot. In a 5-cell radius around. Okay. Gain plus exploits remove armor. Okay. Or a more exploit operative. Okay. Tech use is high, so let's work on something else. Do coercion. Holy shit, I did not do anything with you. Oh. Pretty cool. Actually, that's pretty cool. Okay. Sure, an ally takes an extra turn provided by the character. Okay, you don't provide other turns. Character. By this. That's actually pretty good. Use both desperate and heroic act in the combat, not same round. Whenever the blade dancer uses desperate measure, they gain plus 10 weapon skill and plus 3 resolve. Requires Oath of Vengeance. Where's Oath of Vengeance? I don't see Oath of Vengeance. Wounds, they gain half the wounds spent as temporary wounds. Number of gain cannot be decreased by effects that reduce the cost of it. That's good for her. I needs high athletics, so let's just that. Doesn't have non-damaging abilities. Okay. Time of death cult assassin parries or dodges an attack. All enemies with bloodstained effects suffer a +1 stack of this. Okay. Pretty good. Weapon skill. Does have chain weapons. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Combat Master. Oath of Vengeance. Ability costs 24 wounds. Select an ally until the end of combat. Attacks made by the Blade Dancer have already attacked that ally. Gain 17 critical chance. So anyone who attacks that ally cuts down. Attack inflicts bleeding on all targets. Targets pass a toughness. Become immobilized. Count as full cover. Blade Dancer and their allies. Oh. Vanguard cannot die until the damage suffered by the Vanguard. Oh, I already have that. Alright, last one. I'd love to see you do an entire stream with a helium voice. Can't do the entire stream with helium, because helium is technically a toxin. Toxin? It's something. Helium is good in small doses. Oh wait, no. Helium is okay as long as you could still supply oxygen to the brain. So if I like had a balloon. Hello, it is me, Raha. And as long as I'm not like in a room filled with helium, good. But also you gotta like watch out, because like helium cannot be good. sometimes. I have a couple friends that got super upset when I grabbed a helium balloon and started sucking helium out of it. They're like, that could kill you. I'm like, I've been doing this shit ever since I could grab helium balloons. It's inert, but it's an asphyxiant. Correct? If you can stop, it can't stop your breathing. Yeah. Power as long as they have no. Oh well, he always has range. All damage dealt. Let's just do Cataclysm. Affected by an officer's ability or talent that grants temporary wounds, the allies' armor is increased % for 1 round. Now let's just do Be Vigilant. Or the Imperium and Xenos are high. Okay. In my part, agility, ballistic, probably ballistic skill because he's a shooter. Dual weapon combat, melee weapon specialist. Okay, do I need both of those or just one? Oh, X. Okay, never mind. Arc rifle. Never wielder success blocks in it. Let's just do that. Will not die. Break their ranks. All right. I'll have no water, so I still can't make myself coffee. Honestly, I'm not trying to kill you. Looked it up. Voice mod has helium setting, perfect for. I have voice mod. I should really get on that because it'd probably help out. Whoops. All right. Leveling up, all done. Who knows how long that took? What? fuck is going on? You guys can't hear it, but there's a lot of thumping going on, and I'm thinking like the dogs are doing something, but they're right here. Hey, puppy. Right here, just laying, being pretty, being a pretty girl. Yeah, Lemon. Lemon, good girl. Lemon, good girl. Okay. Finally. They're working on the pipes again? Or is the new tenant? They're working on the pipes again. Working on the pipes. I got no water for alpha coffee, which means my only source of fluids is what's left in this Coke bottle. Hey, the Heartless. Troubling news has arrived from Janice, your lordship. While digging an irrigation ditch, workers found Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It is almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visited the uncontrollable territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The esteemed alt requisitors are gathering outlaws and fortune hunters for an expedition into the heart of the region. They assume a priceless trove of xenon mechanisms waiting for them inside. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta use the bathroom. Good girl. Oh. Good news, everybody. Good news. Oh. Water's back on. All right. What exactly is happening there? The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion. Alright. We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Some were stopped by the watchmen appointed by your order. Unfortunately, about 100 still made their way into the region. Promethium and weapons have both. Janus Warlord gains 10 fellowship and 10 weapon skill and 10 ballistic skill. Okay. Send in scouts. Let's see. Let us see what they managed to find. This will require people. Audacity of Janus torpedo launchers. The tubes capable of firing 4 Eldari sonic torpedoes with 22 damage warhead. That's 88 damage. Scouts to find, isolate the region, and commence research. And what we're Blessing of the Warp Spider. Everywhere it kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain 2 movement points on them. Send in scouts. Let us see what they managed to find. It will be done, your lordship. Audacity of Janus torpedo launchers. Scouts who ventured into the heart of the afflicted region discovered ancient Xenos creations emerging from the ground. Make coffee? I will make coffee. As soon as around 2 o'clock when I have to walk the dogs. I need to text Emily and ask her what the command is for me walking the dogs. The jungle reacted to the incursion by expanding and swallowing up some of the neighboring agro complexes. Here's a repentance. Still need to get stuff for Fellowship of the Void. Dark Sages, Box Project, Bella. Oh, can't do that one. Two people, Xenotech Chemicals. Clandestine cultivation of xenoplant that feeds on the blood of serfs will allow the production of hallucinogenic poisons. Victims' genes. Okay, that's toxin. Who gives a shit? Winter Scale holds a secret, the secrets of gas factoriums. I need my reputation with the Fellowship of the Void. Where is the Fellowship of the Void? Reaping. I got giants done. Holy shit, there's new stuff? Where is giants? When did I do giants? In the days of the mutiny, many among Janus's pampered nobility fled the planet. They are to be replaced with more enterprising servants, all but ambitious alt-requisitor syndicate belonging to the Casbolica mission has contacted the rogue trader with a lowly request to entrust the governance of Janus to them, with Vladimir Takara pushing for his competitors out of the coal trade. The alt-requisitors are hoping to change their line of business and become dignified aristocrats serving House von Valent. Profit factor, Casbolica mission, complacency, blocks, chem princes, and sovereignty. Uneven and sprawling agri-complexes of Janus can cover the whole planet. The whole of the planet's fertile expanse. Gargantuan track mega harvesters will come to their aid. Profit factor, provisions, efficiency, complacency. Okay, complacency needs to go up. Complacency by 2. Complacency by 2, but also goes to heretical. Gain nothing but stuff. Drukari weapon. Why would I get a Drukari weapon? Monstrous servants. Efficiency. Okay, well I can't do Xeno defense. I could do fortress, profit factor, security. Thinking rank 2, the reaping. Mechanisms, plasteel. I have plenty of plasteel. Promethium. Do that one. Okay. To the Heartless. Lord Captain, we have established a Fox connection with the Captain of the Heartless. He says the ship and her crew serve you faithfully while protecting the Dynasty's trading vessel. I'm curious to hear about the Heartless's voyages. Nice. Captain reports the destruction of a pirate ship. The heretics did not know that Sargona was no longer the master of the Heartless and offered to buy captive. The servants immediately delivered a sudden strike and dispatched the brigands. The captain is pleased to present to you a shuttle loaded with spoils. Ranged weaponry. Thank you, Heartless. Repair the hull. Now where do I find Fellowship of the Void? Milestone. What if I go here? Well, actually, wait, we need to get Solomon. He's on Vega 6, right? Vabo 6. Alright, so we gotta go. Vabo 6. Fire upon the vessel. Travel. Warp travel. Urgent message. Our enforcers have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. See, both the saboteur and the circumstances of his capture are rather strange. Cannot tell if Victus sounds baffled or worried. I think it would be reasonable for Magos Pascal to take a look at him as well. What's so unusual about the saboteur and the way he was captured? The thing is, Lord Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all our security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with the machine spirits and the combat potential of his augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder, he offered no resistance at all. Instead, he asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized the enforcers had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet with you. I considered it necessary to apprise you of the situation. This infiltration of a rogue trader's ship operated by authorized engineers casts doubt on my tech comrade's stability. If he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive. Very well, let's speak with him, Pascal. Understood, Lord Captain. The saboteur will be brought to you. Ugh. The group of servitors whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. That's fine. You could... Technically, you're always part of interrogations, as long as we're on the ship. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic. Next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechadendrites are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos Nomos's observing observators. And of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. Before I accept your apology, tell me who you are and why you infiltrated my ship. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius. Asclepius. Whatever. Formerly a computator, general for the Cognizance Fleet. Now a liber recluse with the status of Malatek. Maleteks are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet, have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archived data. My lost status is a part of replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance Fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Amarnet. My brother once served as the engineer prime on this ship. Okay. He was adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told me of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Valentius. A journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself. The tower worlds unknown, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnet was with her. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit then fell aslumber within the ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly pleas. That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks are blessed with Amarnet had walked. uh, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Okay, well, it is now 2 o'clock. I gotta get to walking the dogs. Let me. Emily, are you in chat? What's the walk dogs command? Trying to text her, my phone's acting very fucking slow. Come on. Alright. So I'm gonna walk the dogs and make myself a cup of coffee. Or make myself some coffee. And I'll be back. Sorry for the wait. I'm back. Anything happened while I was gone? Uh. Alright, where was I? This guy snuck aboard my ship. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit. Okay, yeah. Marnet traveled on this ship? Yes, he did. My brother's words were on this were clear. Years ago, a Marnet was a part of rogue trader Theodora's inner circle before their ways parted. Tell me more about Theodora's journey. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposefully modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and there were those who did not wish to see that truth brought to light. Okay. How do you modify memories? All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Coronis Expanse had ever seen. There, she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Amarnet had the privilege of experiencing. Okay, what do you know about this great spirit? It is a great miracle. The Omnissiah's breath meant to help. Breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of the treasure that Amarnet and Theodora discovered upon the Dark Worlds. And yet, a being so glorious needs attendants and guides. And as long as the Cognizance fleet is racked by schism and my brother and sister suffer defeats without end, there's no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Does the name Nomos mean anything to you? Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Arbitrator Rohal. We sense that his words are about us, that the story he has told is our story. You are strong, yet you let yourself be caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon lay people. The Omnissiah grants us the power of the true flesh for a purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tasted his knowledge. I have made my decision regarding your fate. Have I? Bucket farted. Okay. Broke onto my ship. But he didn't do anything bad. Just broke onto it. He just wants to, like, get an audience with Nomos. Whatever it is, I will accept it. As will I, and yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thoughts. We ask you to keep him for us. Nomo's servitors speak up suddenly in the faintest of whispers. Okay, your actions have caused no harm, so I shall not harm you. You are free. You may stay on my ship if you so choose. I could not ask for more. All I wish is to remain in these halls and observe in reverence the Great Spirit's deeds. Let the cycle be discontinued. Now most servitors turn their head to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Okay. Can I get back what I was doing as the rogue trader? Where I was going? Sargonis. Fabo 6. That night, Lord Captain and some of his crew were awakened by beautiful music. Oh. My apologies, Lord Captain, but I've just delivered an urgent report. Cargo Bay 73G has received some unusual cargo, if one can call it that. We considered disposing of it, but did not dare do so without direct order. The cargo itself is a pile of corpses. None of the people were on the crew manifest. Judging by the injuries, they were killed instantly and painlessly, or somehow delivered to the ship. Next to them, the crew found a strange horned mask of Xenos origin. What are your orders, your lordship? Was there a Xenos in flashing clothes speaking in rhymes by any chance? Vigdis falls quiet for a moment, either processing what she just heard or making inquiries through her Vox channels. Eventually the Vox comes to life again. No, your lordship. And I doubt that such conspicuous character could have slipped by unnoticed. I will inform you if the crew reports seeing anyone like that. Damn it. I was warned that my words were process the bodies into corpse starch. We could always use more provisions. I will see to it, your lordship. I dare not disturb you any longer. It was discovered in one of the smaller vats in Engine Hall 5, which should have been filled with wastewater, instead contained a liquid that looked like blood. This incident was deemed not to be of serious concern, and everything went back to normal as soon as the ship returned to real space. He killed them. At least it was painless. Okay. Fabo 6, here we go. Oh, does the Heartless go everywhere? We're captain of the Heartless. He says the ship faithful. Okay. Curious to hear about its voyage. Reports that Xenos threat was recently eliminated on board. It is unknown what forgotten compartment the creature had crawled out of, but it started taking over people's bodies, and its gaze inflicted unbearable pain. Several brave voidsmen died trying to drive the abomination into the fuel chamber before it was finally incinerated and its ashes consigned to the void. What Xenos can do that? Drukari, maybe? Here's recruited from the warlike tribes of Vavo 6 are no marksmanship. He does deal damage. There are now more conflicts than there is work to go around. Can be driven into the jungle. Over time, they will become wild and be toughened by interclan conflicts. At which point, the best fighters among them will be selected for. There are now more conflicts than there is work to go around. Gladiatorial arenas under envirodomes make use of the surplus to the delight of visiting aristocrats. Complacency for all colonies. Profit factor. Wrath of the vile rabble. Killing fields. More convicts to work. Quarries extracting explosive bisaline sand are rightfully called killing fields. They will consume any amount of living labor. Lithium chemicals. Okay. Profit factor and complacency for all colonies. Locks killing fields. Steel, people, and promethium. Execute. All right. Don't know if I'll need early yet. Now take Adira. All right, yep. I was thinking about like who else might be good, but I think that's it. Iron. Greetings, your lordship. You've come to collect him, haven't you? Overseer Anthar, I mean? Yes, I did come for Solomorn. Where is he? Emperor be praised. I mean, he is not far from here. Carrying out a routine cell inspections. Should have no trouble finding him. You look a little disturbed. Is Solomorn causing trouble? Most certainly not. He is an arbitrator through and through, albeit a discharged one. Just, Jailer's rebreather emits a shuddering wheeze. He is so diligent in his work that us common people cannot keep up. State plainly what your problem is. Your lordship, Phabos 6 is a grim, dismal place, but how shall I put this? Master Anthar has made it unbearable. He has introduced new policies. Each shift now begins with penitential. Oh, begins with a penitential scourging, followed by an inspection. Even the slightest offense merits 10 lashes and thorough search, and yet more punishment. And I'm talking about the jailers. Here. Do you spend your days breaking your back under the sun wolf's gaze? Scorching gaze? Do you sweat and bleed as he licks at your skin with his flaming tongue? The Space Marine glares seem to have pinned the puny man where he stands. No? Then tell me, what part of your duty do you deem unbearable? Alfar lets out a heavy sigh. Humans grow weak. Is it their blood thinning? Is it their blood thinning? I wonder. Why is Solomorn dictating procedures? Are you not in charge here? I am in charge of just this sector. Or was in charge anyway. Head of the colony said that now that we have an ex-arbitrator, we should heed his wisdom and learn from it. Called us planetoid-dwelling dust groggers, too. But that is besides the point. And you have learned nothing, choosing instead to wallow in cowardice. Are you saying the colony has become less functional? Quite the opposite. We have never enjoyed such strict discipline. Except people are dying a bit too quickly, on both sides of the bars, I mean. Your lordship, there have been several attempts on Master Anthar's life. The hate has grown stronger than fear. Take him away from here, I beg you. Please take him away. Alright, bring him to me. Emperor bless you. Anthar's Edict Amendment 12 contains a minute-by-minute schedule of each prisoner's duties and detailed system of punishment for them. At the bottom is a seal with an inscription approved by the colony governor. All right, everybody, let's move out.
Would you look at that?
Forge ahead, never linger.
Much more of this. Can we? Oh. Newcomer bastard killed Koenig. Let's kill him. Quiet. Want to keep your teeth? You've got left. No one's killed him yet. You've got no chance. The newcomer's no ordinary bastard. Emperor preserve us. Kind of losh. Okay. Right. You have grenades. What's this? You have 20 agility pounds. Oh. That's good. Why do you have nothing? You have nothing. Or helmet. You have none of that stuff. But you have gloves, you don't have gloves. "15 coercion. That's Drukari. Melee attacks. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's horrible. Parry when you swords. Melee area attack. Suffer burning effect by walking spells. For the wearer hits an opening charge slash dance macabre. Okay. Hey Dan. You have no cape either. Officer. Requires heretical. Fail degradation. Might be good for her. He, killed by the area attacks and that. This set of chemical reagents. Wow, there's actually nothing for you to like use. Revel and slaughter. Melee attack. Eating, burning. Combat tactics. You don't have anything on you because nothing really suits you. Psychic power down is calculated. Die rating will increase by +3. Always triggers psychic phenomena. Non-attacking consumable. Reload. Each use of the wearer using my psychic power, all allies affect power gain luck effect. Warp reflex rate. Doesn't really trigger the warp. Times psi rating. There we go. Well, something for you, at least. Jeez. You use Medicaid?
Give this task to someone lesser.
Okay, fine. This injector. Crack grenade. This is a Starties? Hey, would you recommend Rogue Trader? Yeah, absolutely. I played the shit out of it. Hold on. I have played 134.7 hours. Yes, I absolutely recommend Rogue Trader. A great way to learn about the lore and stuff while also, you know, being really, really fun. Here's a repentance. Can't use any of this stuff. Use this grenade. Hey, thanks for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce your name. 69. Is it Gears? I have no idea. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, Rogue Trader, really good. Having a lot of fun with it. Right now I'm just kind of missed. Equipment. What would be good and willpower for... Okay. That's for 2 rounds. I think that's it for you. That's it for everybody.
Let's
Isle
seize
of
the
Nightmares
moment.
effect applied. Argenta, go get that for me. Assault onslaught. The arbitrator dashes through allies. That's cool. Ooh, goods. Me.
Reality had different plans.
Me.
The premonition runs true.
Tactica Imperialis expert. Critical damage dealt to her with pistol. Or Imperium is 150 or greater. That might be good with what's her face, Jay. Why are you killing them? What in the hells is going on here? What in the void, I mean. Struggling prisoner drags a rat grief behind the flesh off of a still living man. Its emaciated victim only twitches a finger convulsively. Holy shit.
Let's see this through.
This is not how I wanted my planet to go. What the? Doesn't matter. You're already dead. Solomon turns sharply toward you. He is not wearing a rebreather, and fresh bandages peek out from under his uniform. The former proctor roars, roars consumed with rage. Who opened your cells? Who did it? Speak, or deaths will be. Team Solomon is a breath away from lunging for you next. But recognition glimmers in those deranged eyes, and his voice goes quiet, as if all his strength has fled him. Leto? Yes, have I brought Leto? Alright, what happened here? Pathetic attempt on my life. The second one today. One of the jailers left the cells unlocked so the prisoners could do their dirty work. No matter, I will find the culprits and execute each and every one of them. All right. Solomon, you seem always fun to find a fellow stat screener. Yeah. I gotta check out stats all the time. Stats are pretty good in this game. Like, you really gotta look at them, understand them, and all that. I'm still understanding. Okay, I was told you were discharged. How did that happen? I failed the mission. Failed everyone. Solomon clenches his teeth. There were too many enemies. The situation was against us. No, I am not making excuses. It was not my first mission to go awry. But I didn't have Glado with me. I was sloppy, unfocused. I ordered the retreat too late. I managed to drag one of the arbitrators to the infirmary. The man died of his wounds. Bottom line, the objective was not accomplished. 10 arbitrators were lost and their commander was somehow left alive. Like a coward, I hoped to be executed, but the marshal sent me to rot on Vabo 6 instead. And he was right to do so. Why are you not wearing a rebreather? The air here is noxious. I am too used to arbitrator helmets. They do not cover the lower part of the face. I know. As for my well-being, frankly, I couldn't care less. Come, I've already submitted a petition to have you reinstated. No, stop. I can't leave. I'm guilty. You are not in your right mind. Let me help you. Get lost, rogue traitor. Solomon says without malice, but his lips stretch into a feral, grotesque smile. There's nothing more you can do here. Solomon Anthor is guilty and is stepping down from his post. He is unarmored and defenseless as never before. But till his colors turn to ash, there is still a chance to set things right. Guilty? What are you talking about? I have judged myself and handed down the sentence, not because of the demotion, though it was the last straw. I cannot do it anymore. I cannot look at the lying governors, the scoundrels who succumb to corruption. But above all else, I cannot bear to look at myself, an arbitrator who is coming apart at the seams, turns into a wreck without his dog, who, Solomon releases a ragged sigh, who no longer believes that the Lex Imperialis prevails anywhere at all. Whoa! Solomon. The trial of will is an immutable part of every journey. It is time to combat your weakness and light the fire of true faith in your heart. Alright, and what is this sentence? I will serve on Vabo 6 until either the world itself or its inhabitants end my existence. Until that day, I will mold this prison into a paragon of imperial order. What about Glado? I don't have the right to keep him anymore. He reaches his metal fingers toward the cybermassive's head, but stops just short of touching it. Deliver him to the marshal. He'll find Glado a new master. Solomon slowly raises his hand. His face is twisted in torment. Perhaps his injuries are causing him pain, or perhaps it is the words he is trying to force out. Plato, Protocol, Mortem 80. Guard the target. Solomon points his trembling finger at you. But the cybermassive does not react. Scarlet lights of his visor stare at Solomon, and not a muscle beneath the dark coat quivers in response to the order to leave his master. He's not listening to me. Is this the aftermath of that damned mission on Thessera? Or did the tech priest have to reset him to basic protocols? Throne. What difference does it make? My dog. I can't even give him one last order. Why now, Glado? Glado has protected you from the convict. Is that not enough for you? We used to act as one, but not anymore. The last remnants of my composure are gone. Look at me. I'm a human scrap. Not an arbitrator. Just an appendage to a cybermastiff. Even so, I'm not leaving without you. You will? Cannot stand here forever. I got commerce. You are in pain and you are hurting yourself even more to block it all out. Wounds need to be healed, not opened up further. Alright, I'm gonna go with commerce. Is this how proctors end their journey? You can die on a penal world, or in the heat of battle against the most dangerous heretics of the Coronis Expanse. The choice is yours, Proctor. You have a way of hitting a nerve. I'd say you're too good at it. Solomon looks sullenly at the courtyard, where yet another prisoner is about to meet his fate. You are in pain, and you are hurting yourself even more to block it all out. Wounds need to be healed, not opened up further. Is this pity? How far I must have fallen in your eyes to have eyes if it has come to this. Become your twisted reflection. Others' torment is part of your own punishment. You have grown tired of violence, tired of carrying out execution. You are only human, just like the people you judge. Make peace with yourself and find a new way to serve the law. Solomon's iron fist unclenches slightly. I never thought I would take comfort in naive platitudes. Clearly, I am losing my grip. You protect Glado, and you draw strength from that. Perhaps one day you will want to protect human lives too. I'm too used to hating. Solomon rests his hand on the back of Glado's neck. For the first time since the two of you began talking. I don't even know what life without hatred would look like. Not so lousy, perhaps. Fabo 6 has become your twisted reflection. Others' torment is part of your own punishment. You have grown tired of violence, tired of carrying out executions. None of this is because of me. They all get what they deserve. But for some reason, I no longer feel satisfaction from carrying out my duties. Little fingers closed around Glado's collar. You have convinced me to the void with Fabo 6. My place is not here. I'm ready to serve once more. I will head to the ship at once. If you need anything, you can find me at my usual post on the bridge. Good. Head to the ship immediately. Use ranged weapons in melee range. Oh. Collect that. What the hell? Destroyed in the Drukhari attack has been partially rebuilt. A bold hand was left in an inconspicuous message. It was better under the Xenos. How was it better under the Xenos? They torture for fun. Not just fun for pleasure, because they have to. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Magnum, can you not be so weird and like stand up? Okay. Well, this was fun. There we go. All right. I need to get over here. Need to figure out what to do there. I also need to do some trades. Artist vessel. Hold on, let me get my coffee. Coffee. Ooh, hot. All right, so where do I find the void people? Need to make trades. Artist vessel. Argonis, but apparently there's something on Dargonis. Is that where I need to go? Or Tor Void Station. Gutted Void Ship. Bringing new information about the Xeno device that you discovered during your time away. Ever since your return, the tech priests have been making every effort to comprehend the mystic technology, and they have succeeded to an extent. After many rituals and pleas to the machine god, they awakened the Xeno artifact. For but a moment, it produced a holographic copy of a planet and coordinates that matched a location in Langren's belt. Perhaps you will wish to see with your own eyes what this destination holds. Okay, so I gotta go to Kiavagama. Lord Captain, the astropathic choir has caught glimpses of horrifying visions coming from Phabo 6. Something has breached the colony from underground. Soon after a new sector of deep tunnels had been put into operation, it was overrun by monsters. Lurk in the darkness, swarm in the shadows, attack quietly, and leave nothing in their wake, consuming flesh, plasteel, and rockcrete. Fuck was that? Why am I hearing my neighbors all of a sudden? Like I never hear them. Hey, enjoy your coffee, man. I gotta go. Enjoy the game. Might pick it up if it goes on sale. Yeah, man, I totally recommend it. They're coming out with a new DLC soon about Necrons. And then there's the game, what's it called? The Inquisition. It's like an Inquisition game. Basically Rogue Trader, but instead of being a Rogue Trader, you're an Inquisitor. So you have a good one. I hope you pick up the game. It's very fun. Okay, monsters, darkness. Curing of a thousand claws heralds their approach. Desperate cries can be heard in the silence of the tunnels. Praise be to the Golden Throne. These creatures do not seem to be interested in getting to the surface. However, they have seized several active mines and are doing Emperor only knows what to them. What are those creatures? You have faced them and survived to tell the tale, so the information is scarce and hardly reliable. Your accounts, if you will, are a jumble of facts mixed with wild speculation. Frightened workers call these monsters a swarm because they crawl along the tunnel like a wave. Say that the enemies are vast in number and resemble insects. Uh-oh. One of the fortunate survivors, mad from the horror, emerged from the mines holding a wrench engraved with strange markings. The pattern was exactly the same as the one the mad convicts had been etching into the walls. What think my advisors? The threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is top priority. Collateral losses are insignificant. Requesting authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. We have to block off this threat and protect the people. To do this, we must blow up the tunnels, but to make sure that that plan works, it has to be done in areas currently occupied by this unknown enemy. I'm sure that a dozen brave souls can be found in the colony, ones willing to accept the grace of the martyrdom, carry the explosions into the darkness below. We drive those monstrosities back underground and use heavy drilling machines to simulate an offensive from multiple directions. Then we block the majority of the passageways, leaving only the best defended ones open. Let's see how those miscreants enjoy being trapped. Carapace fragment. Master of the Inferno. Dominable Tactician. Dodge and parry against Xenos attacks. All energy damage dealt to the wearer, but it cannot occur more than 3 times per combat. That's pretty cool. All allies gain 10 demolition, deal 10% more fire damage. Isolene and Prometheum become a raging, all-destroying. Kind of like last call. Threat is unknown. Establishing the nature of the threat is top priority. Lateral losses are requesting the authorization to coordinate an offensive operation to be carried out by penal battalions in order to determine the nature of the attack. I'm with you, Pascal. Alright, Pascal, you plan the attack. May our tactical analysis be graced by optimality. Plan of Magos Hanuman was constructed with ruthless logical perfection, weighing efficiency against human losses. Smaller units were sacrificed without hesitation in order to preserve the larger forces. The Vebos 6 defense squads met the swarm in the darkness, monstrous insects clad in metal carapaces, and tearing everything apart with their mandibles. Carnage inside the narrow caves cost many lives, but in the end creatures were exterminated. Their vile lair, not unlike a metallic crypt, was ransacked and claimed as trophies. I need to get to, like, trading and stuff. Are the neighbors getting murdered? I do not know, but they are making a lot of noise. I don't like it. Use the military gear. Visit here. Hey, Cabela. Your dance of blades. The Heartless is here as well. What? I'm here. Where's the event? I will bring this retinue. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand aside. No need to crowd around. Governor Drivistem will take care of everything. Ridiculous. Such a thing happened right in the rogue trader's palace? You're confronted by the sight of dead bodies at the entrance to the palace. Corpses have been hauled into a pile. Some are dressed in the uniforms of palace wardens, while others are arrayed in clothing typical of Dargonis nobility. Continue, the young enforcer stands at attention and follows follows noisily. His voice trembles as he says, "Your lordship, we are honored by your presence." What's going on over there? You see, your lordship, those people wanted to attack. Warden clears his throat. Second lieutenant of the palace guard, Wyatt. Reporting, shortly before you arrived, we averted an assassination attempt on the rogue trader. Palace soldiers detected intruders and engaged them in combat. Go on, succeed. Yes! Bodies of the assailants are studded with many augmetics, but upon closer inspection, you realize that they are not merely implants. Their construction makes it clear that that the deceased were not humans, but in fact rare, high-functioning servitors. As far as I know, House Gaprick has received such servitors from the Crimson Priesthood as a gift in the past, although this is my first time seeing one myself. Where is the court chancellor, Clementia Worsarian? I think she is with the rest of House Worsarian. Detained in the throne room, that is. Governor Drivistem has gathered all Dargonis nobility to pronounce the guilty verdict against House Rosarian. And why is the governor not here to greet the rogue traitor? I do not know, your lordship. Perhaps he is... Guard throws a fearful gaze at Abelard. You could probably find him in the throne room, where the governor intends to put House Rosarian on trial. Alright, I'll take my leave. What is this? Multiple wounds. It is evidence that they died recently.
I better myself through my service.
Was a crumbled inside pocket. There was a crumpled up letter in the inside pocket of the assailant's blood-soaked jacket. For Rogue Trader von Valencia, Guardian of Order, ruler of the great and lesser worlds. Orb Strider of the Coronis Expanse. May the world tremble. Thank you, Servitor Skull. Alright, so... Info. Letters soaked in blood. Only a portion of the text is readable through the blotches. Ethel and discreet. Keep away from the lords and ladies. You must look like a noble to the servants and wardens. Do not engage in conversation with anyone. Your task is to avoid exposing yourself ahead of time and let Versarians get away while the wardens are busy guarding the rogue trader. Okay. or the sword of the Emperor is coming. Arbitrator Rohal von Valencius carries his punishment. Loyal servant of the Imperium, a man unvanquished.
Marching ahead.
Von Valencius Palace. Medium armor, reduced dodge. Sure.
Keep your eyes to yourself, Gothy. They will sap my good luck.
From what I've heard, you don't have much good luck to lose. But thanks, big man. Now I know how to say witch in yet another language. I've built up quite the collection.
All right, well.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
What's going on here? Let me through. I have an appointment with Chancellor Clementia Wersarian. My apologies, my lord, but you cannot go any further. Governor Drivistem's orders. It's ridiculous. Move over. Let his lordship, the rogue trader, through. I humbly beg your pardon, your lordship. Your lordship, please, this way. Governor Urban Drevistem. Your lordship, 'tis an honor. Governor Urban Drevistem seems to materialize out of thin air, so suddenly does he emerge from the crowd. I regret that such unfortunate circumstances have occasioned the rogue trader's visit to the capital. Oh, I have the hiccups. Clementia tries to take a step forward, but the warden nearby stops her. Her face is veiled with fear and weariness. Your lordship, you are here. Please, you must hear us out. The rogue trader is undoubtedly here to listen to the testimony of each and every one of us, and to punish the traitors. The governor's words directed at Clementia are harsh. They are echoed by the scornful sneers and whispers of the assembled nobles. The fuck? We have known each other for many decades now, and we have our fair share of disagreements, but do you really think my flesh and blood would trample upon the very definition of honor and loyalty? Abelard's voice is quivering with rage. The governor sweeps his gaze over Abelard, then replies, a faint shadow of doubt in his voice. We have evidence implicating them, Abelard. I'm sure that his lordship will arrive at a fair ruling. Well, can I sit in my chair? What are the charges against House Rosarian? Disruption of logistical lines, bribery of Adeptus Administratum officials, document forgery, organization of heretical insurrections. On top of the evidently devastating economic impact this has had on your protectorate, these criminal acts have impeded the delivery of the imperial tithe. Okay. Which, in turn, has drawn the Administratum's attention. Needless to say, the esteemed Adeptus Arbites cannot ignore this situation either. And before their representatives arrive at the palace, we are obligated to identify and punish those responsible. Alright, Clementia, I wish to hear your account. Your lordship, House Rosarian denies all charges laid against it. Clementia glances at the governor with defiance. The last few months have indeed been trying for Dargonis, but we have done our best to remedy the situation. My family's every effort was focused on stabilizing the capital's logistics and economy. So much so that we failed to notice the web of intrigue unfolding behind our backs. What happened on Dargonus in my absence? When we caught wind of the rumors of your disappearance, we patiently awaited news of your return, but then Dargonus was... What the fuck? Oh, I'm getting a raid. Thanks, Sander. Thanks for the raid. Hey, everybody. Welcome to, well, the Rogue Trader. Yeah, this is my Arbitrator helmet. I got the shoulder pad, too. I think this is my first raid. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. We're playing Rogue Trader. Just got through the opening myself. You're playing this too. Nice, nice. Hold on, don't I have a... And thanks for the follow, Xander. Nice. Got through the opening yourself? Yeah? What are you playing as? Did you get the DLC? Yeah. Do not I do. Oh, okay, sweet. Are you a arbitrator as well? When caught wind of rumors, terrible event. Commissar, nice, nice. Commissar's fun. All of them are fun, actually. This entire game is fun. Well, I am playing. I'm playing an arbitrator. I have, well, almost everyone I can get in my retinue, except for the Drukhari. Like, I killed him. Oh wait, I think I just spoiled stuff. Alright, when we caught rumors, we patiently waited to return. Struck by a series of terrible events. I'm in my second run, it's fine. Oh, okay, okay. Cool. Like, like, what was it? My last week, I found out who killed Theodora, and it blew my freaking mind. Just don't know DLC? Oh, okay, well. I will not spoil any of that. When Dragonus was struck by a series of terrible events, the first was the sabotage of logistics that hampered shipments. Then mass unrest spread across the entire planet, and the minor noble houses began squabbling among themselves, trying to pin the blame on their rivals. We took great pains to calm down and manage the gouache. Do you mean squash? Gouache the revolt, though not without some outside help, unfortunately. Yeah, I was flabbergasted when I found that out. Yeah, jeez. Last week, somebody didn't even bring, crap. Got Argenta. They didn't bring Argenta to, Kurodok. So they had no idea. Okay. These events have also been overshadowed by the, I'm ashamed to even say it aloud in front of you, your lordship, the rumors circulating among the higher houses. The governor stammers, then takes a deep breath. Some were calling for Theodora's true heir to be installed as head of your house. Conrad Voigtfear. Conrad? Conrad? Why Conrad? No, he's not Conrad. He's Cuntrag. Cuntrag Voigtfear. Not all of your subjects have forgotten his past efforts for the benefit of the Trade Protectorate. Some stops talking, watching you with intense expression. When the investigation was launched, the evidence led us to the Warsarians. Some of the speech and spelling conventions really make it hard to read out Warhammer. It's like reading pseudo old early modern English text. Oh, dude, tell me about it. Like, I stammer with a bunch of these words, and I just feel like an idiot reading them. Okay. Why are there dead bodies at the entrance to my palace? Your lordship, I humbly beg your pardon. Drivestem bows once again, trying to placate you. Good practice though, for getting your fluency up. Yeah, that's for sure. You see, right before your arrival, the palace guard discovered a plot to assassinate you. Fortunately, the malefactors were disposed of before they could cause you any harm. Okay. I found a note on them. Drivestem, you aren't accusing one of Dargonis' leading noble houses of treason without airtight evidence, are you? Of course I have evidence, your lordship. The investigation has established that members of Warsarian family, which is responsible for both Dargonis' fleet and its logistics, use their contacts and influence to forge a host of documents in order to undermine the planet's supply routes and economy, thus fomenting unrest among the inhabitants. Allow me to introduce my son, Cornelius. Hello, Cornelius. Glad to meet you, I guess. The governor points to the lanky young man standing beside him. He bows curtly, but avoids meeting your eye. Cornelius holds a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it is thanks to him that we managed to identify and trace the entire chain of forged documents. The investigation led us to the perpetrators, who admitted to acting on the orders of members of House Warsarian. It was they who were intent on spreading the idea of restoring the title of rogue trader to the true heir. Okay, I don't believe that in one bit. Like, we can't believe that. That's bullshit. Warsarian wanting Voigtfear? Are you serious? There better be, like, good evidence. The young man is shrouded in a mist of gray and blue. Sickly shadows of fear are fluttering around him. Cassia speaks so quietly that only you can hear. Okay, thank you, Cassia. Knew I brought you here for good reason. I remind you that House Warsarian has hardly covered itself in glory in the past. It allowed Xenos to attack the planet. Governor Drivestem throws a quick, arrogant glance at a red-faced Clementia. Okay, so Heads of the house present. All right. Do you all support the governor's accusations? The aristocrats in attendance exchange glances, the noble lords averting their gaze, and the noble ladies hiding behind their fans. No one is willing to be the first to answer. Sourback, okay. Over his many years of service, Governor Drivistem earned Theodora's trust, and he holds his high office for a reason. Sourback's tone is as stern and imperious. Okay. On behalf of House Sourback, I support his accusations. Your Lordship, Governor Drivistem has always faithfully served the rogue traders of House von Valencius, and concerned himself with the future of your trade dynasty, and so House Gaprick thinks his charges against House Rosarian to be sound. The augmetics hide Toriana's emotion, but her voice sounds slightly timorous. I have no idea what that word means. I humbly ask you to allow me to speak in defense of my family's honor. The evidence provided by the governor is utterly false. I cannot refute it, but I can say with confidence that no one from my family has ever tried to forge documents in Adeptus Administratum, let alone undermine the economy of your capital. Okay. Glad to hear. Your words alone are not enough to make me doubt the loyalty of House Rosarian. As a rogue trader, I order you to release... Oh, wait. Where's the evidence? Has he shown me evidence? He just says he found documents and people saying that Rosarian... Riots, conspiracy... This case appears to be flimsy. I wish to learn more before I make my final decision. As you wish, your lordship. The governor inclines his head in a stiff bow. Speak to me when you are ready to announce your verdict. Thank you for your willingness to help, Lord Captain. I am certain that all charges are false, and I would be grateful for your help in exposing them as such. I think you should speak to everyone present, the noble lords and ladies. Alright. Alright. Work's never done for the rogue trader. Just escaped Kuradok. Got blasted with a bunch of bullshit. Someone took Solomorn from me. I got him back. All right. Map. So these are all, whoops. Okay. Sourback family. Drivistem. Gaprick. Wait. Gaprick was the one that was able, okay, hold on. All right. Vincent Gaprick. Lords and ladies, sumptuously dressed in colors, the colors of House Gaprick, are standing in half circle around Toriana and her son Vincent. Bodies and faces of almost every member of this dynasty are covered in large ornate augmetics. Okay. They got money and they wish to show it off, I guess. Toriana Gaprick curtsies to you. Her mechanical voice sounds distant and indifferent. Greetings, your lordship. May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. With a click, her visor oculars swivel to the seneschal. Abelard. It must be difficult for you to be here under these circumstances, with your house standing accused of such a grave crime. My family, Lady Toriana, is yet to be found guilty of anything. That verdict is for the rogue trader to reach. Damn straight it is. So, Gaprick, I want to talk to you about the whole case and everything. Corsarians and all that. But I have examined the bodies of the assailants that were killed today. All of them were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are only employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Is that so? It's impossible to read Toriana's emotions in her heavily augmented face, but her sudden turn toward her family betrays her confusion and surprise. Perplexed whispers bounce from one family member to another. Impossible. We came here by ourselves without any servitors. We know nothing about it. You came here without servitors? Abelard told me that you're the only house that gets the servitor. Your lordship, thank you for informing us of this. You are absolutely right. My house has indeed been endowed with high-functioning servitors, a blessing for those who revere the Omnissiah. But today, none of our house members were accompanied by them. Yeah, and I bet you're missing a few of them now. Found this note on the body of one of the attackers. What are your thoughts on it? Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed by my house and my house alone. If such units were to attack the rogue traders, suspicion would instantly fall upon the Gapricks. And suspicion has definitely fallen upon the Gapricks. Suspicious for any noble not to have servitors. You know what? That's true. That's true. But they have high-functioning servitors, and Therian told me that they're like the only house with that. Yeah, and you know what you said? Why would they say that? They whisper like they didn't bring any. But they probably didn't bring any to the palace. Officially, high-functioning servitors are employed. Okay. Such units were to attack. I assume that this is what was intended to happen. They did not expect the servitors would have this letter on them. It seems a little too convenient. Yeah, I miss high-functioning part. Yeah. It was high-functioning servitors. I never even knew they existed. This is my first time hearing about high-functioning servitors. Okay, so this seems a little too suspicious. Bunch of high-functioning servitors attempting to assassinate me. So it's like having autistic robo-slave. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, just what is going on? Okay. That they did not expect have this letter on them. Why would the servitors have a letter? Like, none of this makes sense. Like, you just order the servitors, they do what they order. Alright. Do you think the accusations against the Rosarian family are true? I would not take such a responsibility upon myself and rule on their guilt, your lordship. I do think Governor Drivestam's accusations are worthy of consideration, however. Okay. Maybe both families are being set up. Oh wow, that's a pretty hard play on whoever is doing it. Setting up both families? Who would do that? Who has the power to do that? Okay, in your opinion, which nobles might have a reason to be party of such a conspiracy? Thinks for several moments before replying. Pardon my bluntness, your lordship, but I will answer truthfully. It could be anyone. Greed, fear, and ideals can drive even the most loyal subjects to do unthinkable. I agree. Vincent, I wish to speak to you. Ready to serve, your lordship. How may I help you? Okay. What do you make of the charges against the Wersarian family? Could they truly be guilty? I do not think I can doubt the validity of the accusations, but Vincent's voice trails off and seems to retreat into himself for a moment. Before continuing, he takes a deep breath. I am also not sure that House Versarion had a reason to betray you, your lordship. I do not know of any instance where their loyalty to you and the Emperor was anything less than unwavering. I know you care for Astaria Wersarion. Are you prepared to watch her die? Vincent's jaw augmetic screeches slightly. The young man scrutinizes his mouth and other family members for a few moments. No, scrutinizes his mother. Jeez. I can read, I swear. I swear. There is something you ought to know, your lordship. Okay. Tell me. Today, I noticed one of my family members to be in an odd, uncharacteristic mood. Aelin Gaprick is my paternal second cousin, once removed. May the Emperor save his soul. Usually reserved and self-possessed, today he was frantic and anxious, fidgeting with a small piece of paper, seemingly looking for someone to no avail. When I last saw him, he was headed to the entrance hall where the altars are. Perhaps you should talk to him. Okay. Thank you, Vincent. That will do. Vincent inclines his head in a respectful bow. I shall take my leave. All right. Drivestam.
Let's seize the moment.
Oops. Oriana. Where? Oops. Keep pressing the wrong button. Where can I talk to him? Aelin Gaprick. Anxious, fidgeting, hall. He was headed to the entrance hall where the altars are.
Stay sharp.
Aristocrat. Nobleman, aristocrat. No. There you are, motherfucker. Found you. Aelin! Oh, Aelin! Finely dressed man of middle years is kneeling in front of the altar, his palms folded in prayer close to his face. The implant-free parts of his skin are sickly blue color. Interesting, interesting. Nobleman does not react to your presence, not lift his head, he does not blink, he does not even breathe. Only when you draw closer do you realize that he is... What? He's dead? Looks at the man, his eyes grim. Colors of House Gaprick. I do not believe he decided to take his own life in such an extravagant way. As far as I know, there is a warden post here, but I do not see any wardens. Seneschal looks around. There is no one to ask about what happened here or with whom this man spoke before he died. I would like to ask Urban where the palace guard suddenly disappeared to. Alright. Succeeded, yes! There are no visible wounds on the body, but near the edge of the gold-trimmed collar you notice a tiny puncture in his blue skin. Likely a wound caused by a thin needle. Come on, Medicaid. Yes! Death came from suddenly and ravaged his body with cramping spasms that prevented him from falling to the ground. Okay. Some rare poisons have such side effects. The affected victim suffocates slowly without being able to move or call for help. Yikes. That's a horrible way to go. That is one horrible way to go. Search the pockets. Discovered a secret pocket in the lining of the dead man's curious jacket. Find a folded piece of paper inside, hiding behind a handkerchief embroidered with the initials HG. Galen Gaprick. Sure that the rogue trader is attacked by someone loyal. It appears as if it was all staged to let the Wassarian family escape. This is the last assignment. Soon your debt will be paid off in full. You're almost certain that wardens are usually stationed nearby, but their post is empty. Where have they gone? This would be an excellent question to put to Governor Drivistum. Governor Drivistum, you are looking suspicious. More and more so. Okay, so my theory is true culprit. Use this guy's debt to make him use the servitors. He's Gaprick, so he has the servitors. To attempt to assassinate me. And make it look like the Warsarians tried to do it. Can't loot the corpse. Okay.
Onward to victory.
Governor Drivistum, where the fuck are you? Warden. Towerback. Towerback aristocrat. Cornelius Drivistum. Governor Urban Drivistum. Governor Drivistum is surrounded by his retinue, who are all dressed in expensive gowns and finery. The matching color scheme of their outfits and striking physical resemblance among them suggests that they all come from one family. Your lordship, thank you for giving this case your undivided attention. I am the rogue trader and former arbitrator. So, yeah, kind of my job. Oh, that's right. I gotta go to him. I shall return to you later. I gotta go to him to make my decision. Not making my decision yet. Let's go to the Sourbacks. Talk to them. Your lordship. Edka Sourback, looking like a younger copy of his father, stands at slight distance, close to his mother. Expensive yet understated dress serves to highlight the dazzling beauty of Macarius's wife, Regina Sourback. Members of House Sourback, led by Macarius, are all bear a striking resemblance. Their slender builds and stern looks, they bow to you almost in unison. Alright. Do you really believe the Versarians are guilty? Certainly, Sourback replies without hesitation. Governor Drivistem possesses proof of their guilt, and they have no means by which to refute it. Even if I were to entertain the idea that Versarians are being framed, how much longer would their house have lasted anyway? It is so ill-prepared for treachery. He addresses Abelard with slightly mocking tone. My advice to House Versarion would be not to appeal the rogue trader for help, but instead simply stop, accept their fate, not make matters worse for themselves. Okay, well, you're a cunt. Cannot remember Arbitrator Rohal von Valencia seeking your advice on what House Versarion should do in this situation. Pay attention, Macarius. Focus on the rogue trader's question. Who apart from the Versarians could have motive to conspire against me, the rogue trader? House Drivistem wishing to expand their clout. House Gaprick, who lost their influence after Kiavagama incident. Sourback looks back at his family, then turns to you again. House Sourback, whose patriarch is too direct to his communication with the rogue trader. Anyone could have reason to conspire against you, and equally, they could have none. Okay. It is not a question of motive, but of loyalty. Each of your subjects has sworn an oath of loyalty to you. So whose sincerity do you doubt? Right now, Drivistem. That's whose sincerity I doubt. Drivistem's. Am I right? Like, where were the guards? The assailants behind the palace were rare, high-functioning servitors. Do you think the Gaprick could be behind the attack? Sourback looks away briefly and replies to you with a curt laugh. I have always thought Toriano too weak to participate in such risky ventures, but it seems I was wrong about her. I discovered a dead body in my palace, a man of House Gaprick, killed while praying to the Emperor. He had his note on him. Had this note on him. Do you know anything about it? He won't know anything about it. Macarius looks at the note without taking it from your hands and replies without hesitation. No, I know nothing about this note. Alright, let's talk to House Gaprick real quick. See if they have anything that they could tell me. Wait, where's House Gaprick? Aren't they over here? They were over here. Can we get stuff out of the way? Lords and ladies, subtitiously dressed in colors of House Gaprick are standing. Okay. Greetings, your lordship. May the Messiah. Okay, yep. I discovered a dead body. Member of your house. Right here in my palace. He died kneeling in prayer. Oriana covers her open mouth with her hand in surprise, and turning to her family, looks for someone among them. Halen, it can't be. Halen, was it? Tell me about him, Toriana. Halen is one of the lower-ranking members of House Gaprick. Despite his advanced age, he never held high office, but he was forever striving to better his position, even beyond his abilities. Many members of my house struggle to cope with the misfortune that befell Kiavagama and our family. Some members could not reconcile themselves to our new position. Halen was one of them. What could have happened to him? I got an itch on my nose. Oriana's visor oculars are fixed on the floor, her fingers restlessly clenching the fabric of her dress. Oriana, the time to keep silent is long gone. The future of the Von Valentius trade dynasty and your house are both at stake now. We lost Kiavagama, a truly devastating blow to every member of House Gaprick. I lost all hope for the future, and my kin lost their sense of purpose. We needed time to recover and chart a new course for ourselves. We were and still are more capable of doing that, but I will not deny it. The other houses have offered us their assistance for their own self-serving ends. Perhaps Halen decided to take them up on one of their offers behind my back. Seneschal bows ever so slightly and speaks quietly so that only you can hear him. Lord Captain, the Gapricks. All, or perhaps only some of them, are definitely involved. But I suspect that they were not behind the plot against you. Halen Gaprick could be nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a deft puppet master. We must expose whoever that is if we are to prevent the pestilence of heresy from spreading any further. What do you suggest we do? Interrogate the heads of Drevistem and Sourback houses. One of them has been pulling the strings here. Once we uncover new evidence, announce that guilty party will be publicly executed. Before you pronounce the verdict, I suggest focusing on each house in your indictment speech, and I shall observe them. I have known these people for longer than you have. I know all their gestures, habits, and behavioral quirks. I'm sure that I will be able to determine which of them was responsible for the riots based on their behavior. Alright, I shall take my leave. I already spoke to House Sourback. Now to speak to House... They were over here, weren't they? Governor Urban Drevistem. All of the assailants were high-functioning servitors. Such servitors are employed by families close to the Adeptus Mechanicus. High-functioning servitors. Riverson ponders this, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Such servitors are indeed rare, and the Gapricks do have them in their service. This could have been done intentionally with eye to confusing you. Anyone with the desire and sufficient funds can hire them. Okay, how many people have the desire and sufficient funds? Not many. Pretty sure all the houses that could are here. Did you see Halen Gaprick today before I arrived? Halen? I did not see him myself, but perhaps the governor turns around and asks his family. Have any of you seen him today? Nobles talk quietly among themselves, and then a middle-aged woman with a tall, extravagant hairstyle replies to you. I think my sister and I saw him sitting on a bench some distance away from the palace's entrance. We think he was accompanied by a gentleman, but forgive us, your lordship, we could not make out his face. Lead me to that place. Of course, consider it done.
Let's see this through.
This bench?
Keep your senses keen.
Okay.
Duty prevails.
Bouquet. How Sourbeck usually serves this wine? How Sourbeck? Well,
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Gaprick, Sourbeck's on the other side. Hey, old bag lady, how's it going? Sourbeck led by Macarius, all bearing. Okay. Well, okay, so it's the same no matter what. Okay, so you okay, so Sourbeck usually serves this wine.
Let's seize the moment.
Okay. Okay, I found a dead body in my palace. A member of House Gaprick was slain in front of the an altar. Do you know anything about it? Member of House Gaprick was killed in that palace? Governor's eyes bulge in surprise. And no one noticed? But how? There are wardens posted at every altar. There was no one near the deceased. The wardens had left their post. Did you order them to do so? Emperor forbid, your lordship. Governor helplessly throws his hands up in the air as if signifying his powerlessness. Your negligence is stunning, Urban. An assassination attempt followed by a mysterious death, and yet here you are, oblivious to everything. Rogue trader can justly accuse you of allowing a noble to be killed in the palace and failing even to notice it. That's true, I can't do that. And I might. It may be so, but it is the rogue trader it is for the rogue trader to accuse me of negligence, not you. I'm accusing you of negligence. Your lordship, accept my deepest apologies for my impertinence. Nothing matters more than my honor. I shall send the servants to deal with all this immediately. Alright. I wish to hear your reasoning again. What makes you think Wissarians are behind the plot against me? As soon as the logistical and economic problems gave rise to the initial rumors, tried to find the person responsible for spreading the calls for Voigtfear's return. Okay. The investigation showed that some of the documents inside the Adeptus Administratum were forgeries. We can thank my son Cornelius for such astute observations. Your son? Your son found these. Your lordship, a slender young man bows to you awkwardly and nervously, licks his dry lips. I assure you that my humble person is undeserving of your attention. Well, you have my attention now. Cornelius holds up a prestigious position at the Administratum Palace, and it was he who discovered the errors leading to the disrupted logistics. It is all thanks to him that we found the perpetrators of the forgeries who admitted to acting on the orders of House Wissarian. Okay. So, your evidence is hearsay. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what I'm hearing right now? I feel like that's what I'm hearing right now. All right. What do you make of this letter? I found it on one of the assailants. Governor Drivison peers closely at the blood-stained paper. Looks like another piece of evidence incriminating House Wissarian. Perhaps they truly did intend to kill you, or at least cause a stir to help them escape custody during the confusion that followed. Tell me more about your son, Drivistem. Thank you for your interest, your lordship, but I am not worthy of it. Well, you have my interest now. The governor's son bows and stands still as nervously stares down at the floor. Son, show due respect. Forgive him, your lordship. This is his first time he has had the honor of attracting the attention of the rogue trader. Tell me more about your job, Cornelius. What do you do? I manage the documents and records related to the economy of Dragonis. You probably know how scrupulous the workers of the Adeptus Administratum are. I am afraid that a more detailed explanation of my duties would mirror the administrative process of the Administratum. Too long and overly detailed. Cornelius tries to look you in the eye, but is clearly hard for him to do. How did you manage to find forged documents in the bureaucratic hell that is the Administratum? When compiling reports on the last cycle's supply chain, I noticed inaccuracies and discrepancies in the figures. With the help of the other clerks, I managed to find several other documents. Cornelius stammers and swallows noisily. Comprehensive data analysis shown that the discrepancies were caused by intentional tampering with the data, thus leading to some logistical problems that were practically unsolvable. Oh, geez. 1 second, gotta clear my throat. There we go. Father, I have managed to single out the Administratum clerks responsible for tampering. Father and I have managed to tampering with data. Following a heated interrogation, they confessed that they were following the orders of someone from House Wissarian. Everything was supposed to look as though they were the ones suffering losses from the logistical and economic problems. But does House Wissarian have access to the Adeptus Administratum? There's no conceivable way they could do all of this in a place where they do not hold any power. Before replying, the governor's son nervously adjusts his expensive frock coat. I think the right amount of money can open any door. Cornelius, what is the true reason for your nervousness? Young man's pupils suddenly dilate. He stands at attention and replies to you in one breath. This is the first time I have spoken face to face with the rogue trader. I'm afraid of saying something wrong or forgetting something important. The governor closely watches his son. His tone changes, now sounding strict and curt. Do you wish to tell the Lord Captain anything else? You are speaking to the rogue trader, and my patience is running out. See a flash of terror in the Cornelius's eyes as he stares at your hand on your weapon. He speaks quietly and confusedly, without raising his head. Forgive me, your lordship. I can't do it anymore. This lie has gone too far, and I can no longer control it. Truth is that all the logistical problems were caused by a single error in the numbers. My mistake. Are you fucking serious? Really? All this because you made a mistake? Like, don't get me wrong, the Adeptus Administratum, like, takes this shit seriously. One mistake can lead to, well, deaths. Lots and lots of deaths. But to go, but to do all this? What? Urban looks genuinely shocked and enraged. When I discovered my mistake, it was almost impossible to restore the supply lines. Then I was approached by someone who said they were a friend. They did not give me their name and I never saw their face. They promised to fix the problem. All I had to do was pretend that the Warsarians were responsible for the mistake, and as for the rest of the evidence, they promised to arrange it all. And Cornelius is suffocating with fear, unable to speak. Urban curls his hand into a fist, the knuckles turning white. What have you done? How could you? Your lordship. He suddenly turns to you as if trying to shield his son. This is my fault. I trusted my son and have failed you in doing so. I beg you, have mercy. I will show mercy once I figure out what the fuck is going on. And you called my family's honor into question, Urban. Nevertheless, I harbor no desire to kick a man when he is down. Lord Captain, the confession you have obtained means that House Versarian can now be cleared of all charges. That is true. What is this friend that approached you, Cornelius? How did the two of you communicate? By letter. I received a letter out of the blue one day. It was unsigned, but the person writing already knew about my erroneous calculations. They offered to help me cover up my misdeed, and in return, I would name the Versarians as the ones who had sabotaged the supply lines. All I had to do was gather together some documents and reports that were listed in one of the letters, and keep my mouth shut. Well, completed 50% of what you needed to do. But I'm glad you only completed 50, because now we can get this behind us. Urban, your son has found the courage to admit his mistake. I'll try and find some compassion for him in my heart. Thank you, your lordship. Governor bows low, then gives his son a look full of bitterness and frustration. And as for your position, I think you will be reassigned to a role requiring less responsibility. I shall return to you later. Now, is there more I could say? What if I discovered a dead body? All right.
Onward to victory.
Drivistem. Summon everyone. I'm ready to pronounce my verdict. Governor Drivistem tensely bows and replies without hesitation. Understood, your lordship. Allow me to prepare everything. It's already 4:30? Jesus. I am I am in the ground. Many faces are watching you, each and every one waiting for the rogue trader's verdict with bated breath. The charges brought by Governor Drivistem were fabricated. House Rosarian had nothing to do with the orchestrations of the riots or the plot targeting the rogue trader. However, the real perpetrators are here in this very room. Seneschal nods to you as if urging you to continue, then shifts his piercing gaze to the crowd before you. A member of your family orchestrated an assassination attempt. Me? Here in my own palace? And though he has already been found dead, fact is reason enough to forever brand your house as traitors? Oh, no, no, no. By failing to question the possible involvement of family besides the Rosarians, discovered. I know that House Sarahback offered their help to the Gapricks, and the late Halen Gaprick seemed to have accepted the offer. I suspect that you are responsible for his death as well. Sarahback furrows his brow and slightly cocks his head. He averts his gaze for the first time, as if trying to remember or make sense of something. Notice some restless movements behind him. Abelard narrows his eyes and scrutinizes Macarius Sarahback and his retinue standing behind him. His sharp eyes light up when he catches a sight of something important and hidden in the crowd. Seneschal looks at you and nods as if to say, the puppeteer has given themselves away. Pronounce the verdict. All right. In the conspiracy against the rogue trader, I find. In the air, the room is frozen with a tense, almost electrified silence. All the nobles, some with fear and others with reverent anticipation, await your verdict. House Sarahback, guilty. Seneschal. Well, or do I want... The head of your family has never tried to hide his attitude toward me. That is more than enough to convict him. Nope. Nope. House Sauerbeck, guilty. Seneschal, you may take it from here. Abelard steps forward and stares intently at House Sauerbeck's patriarch. Macarius, I must admit I have always admired your bluntness. But just as I once had to say goodbye to a promotion because of my dislike for intrigue, you and your family might soon say goodbye to your heads. Tell me now, in your blunt fashion, are you loyal to House von Valentius? Sauerbeck narrows his eyes, grimacing. I am loyal, Wersarion. Abelard studies Sauerbeck, then suddenly nods. You are not lying. But someone else is. Someone who is poised to destroy both you and your family for her own gain. Oh ho ho! Curious does not have time to respond. Regina, who is standing beside him, raises her arm as if to slap the elderly seneschal. Abelard deftly catches her wrist, stopping her hand right in front of his face. Her dainty hand is now adorned with a massive augmented ring topped with a thin spike dipping with venom. Oh, you bitch! You tried to kill my seneschal? Sauerbeck shifts his confused gaze from his wife to Abelard, then back again. The stiff arrogance has vanished from his posture. Regina, you? Mother? Upon realizing what has happened, Hetka recoils from his mother. Macarius, your bluntness makes you an open book. When I talked about helping the Gaprix, you had no idea what I was referring to. Your wife, on the other hand, her eyes started shifting like you would not believe. Regina Sauerbeck, you alone betrayed the rogue trader, jeopardizing the prosperity of the von Valentius trade dynasty, and you alone are responsible for your unmasking. Regina, explain yourself. Like the spike on her ring, Regina's words are dipping with poison and rage. Because Dargonus is serving an impostor. The true heir of the Protectorate bears a different name. When Conrad appeared on Dargonus, he paid me a visit and opened my eyes to the truth of the situation. Theodora was killed by the one whom she had unwarily taken under her wing. Macarius is too narrow-minded to even consider opposing the rogue trader, even an illegitimate one. So I had to wait for the right moment, and the disappearance of Lord Captain could not have come at a better time. It was quite simple to trigger a chain of events on Dargonus so that the people remembered Master Voidfear past service. Voidfear, I fucking hate. It seems that many of your subjects do not actually consider you a worthy successor. Okay, why the Rosarians? Because when stripped of the Seneschal's protection, this house is the weakest one of all on all of Dargonus. And they are so particularly disliked by the governor's family, it would have been easy to bury the Rosarians under accusations of heresy. Who aided you? There is no way you've done all this on your own. Oh, of course I didn't. I have too many helpers to list them all. But rest assured, there are plenty of them. Just as there are plenty of people who follow Master Voidfear. My death will not change anything. The true rogue trader will come and take his rightful place when the time is right. Why did you kill Halen Gaprick? Halen was a good agent, but he was also a coward. He came to me just before our formidable rogue trader arrived. He was ready to confess everything. I suggest that he plead for the Emperor's forgiveness first, and he did grant him mercy. Did he not? Abelard, the sentence has yet to be carried out. Finish this. Abelard turns his gaze to you. Does the rogue trader condemn only the rotten apple or the entire barrel? Ah, that's a good question. Just got myself tacos. How goes the trader hunt? Trader hunt is successful. Trader has been found. It is... Oh, fuck. What's her name? Regina. Regina is the traitor. Now, my seneschal said that Matharius had no idea. I can believe that. So I believe that we will exterminate we will kill just Regina. I will not exterminate an entire noble line that is loyal to me just because of one traitor. Okay, in that case, Regina Sarabek shall be subjected to intense interrogation followed by execution. Got the traitor's ring. Marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire a liquefier shot once per combat. It's a Xenos artifact? How did she get a Xenos? You only executed the woman? Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. I have no reason to believe that the entire house is rotten. But how did she get a Xenos ring? Maybe it was Voitvir. In dialogue. I know Voitvir and the Dracaris are in league together somehow. How are the tacos? Now I'm hungry for tacos. By the order of the rogue trader, Regina Sauerbach is sentenced to death for heresy and crimes against the Von Valencia's trade dynasty. So, operation here, body here. Good tacos, yummy. I get Taco Bell later. Official. Getting Taco Bell after this. When the nobles dispersed, stated in the bloody performance, Abelard approaches you, his first steps firm. Lord Captain. Abelard. You have my thanks. A rogue trader should not waste time on the matters of that his servants and trustees can resolve. But in this case, your intervention was necessary. Clearly, because if my intervention wasn't here, your house would be dead. Not just for the sake of my family, but for your trade dynasty as well. Absolutely. You got some Carolina Reaper hot sauce that's pretty... Damn, okay. I've tried Carolina Reaper hot sauce. It is spicy. I only tried a little bit, like a very little bit. It wasn't hot sauce. It was actually like ground up ghost pepper or Carolina Reaper pepper. One of those. And then like my friend was like, here, take this toothpick. Lick it, dip it, and lick it again. God, that shit was spicy. Gina Sauerbeck, evidently Conrad's accomplices to plot against your protectorate. I fear we have not heard the last of such scoundrels. Just got an ad for streamer targeted clothes washing product. What the fuck? What? Streamer targeted clothes washing Okay. I mean, that's something. That's now in my head. Now know of that. Is it soap? Is it was the ad for soap? Streamer targeted clothes washing product. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I've seen that. The streamer smells good all stream long. It was detergent. Oh my god. There's already stuff like that. Don't need to be streamer targeted. Dude, I smell worse when I work out. Not when I'm streaming. Streaming is when I smell the best, actually. Oh, wait. Yep, still smell good. Thanks to your Lord Captain, House Rosarian is saved, although it came close to being wiped out as a result of scheming without an impertinence within. Oh crap! Look at this. Fill your maintenance station kit upgrade 2. Buy all available. Yep. It is about time for me to head off. And Lemon's looking at me like, yeah, it's time. Yeah, I know, Lemon baby. I know. Alright. I will continue the raid train. So we're gonna raid as well. We save. Let's see if we got any more people playing, well, this game. See who we got. Twitch. All right. Search Rogue. Is Trader. We have a few people on. All right. Oh, it shows me, but apparently I have 0 viewers. Apparently. All right, we're gonna raid. Let's raid them. They might be further than, no, they're not further. They're at a, I remember that. I remember that spot. All right. Continue the raid trade going. Raid train. Raid. All right, we are raiding Riolin. They're playing Rogue Trader as well. Let's give them a warm welcome. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Okay, I crashed for a few seconds. Okay, it shows I have, okay. All right, Raiders, we're going. Now we're raiding. Now we are raiding. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Love, peace, and chicken grease.
Crashes